Hi, doing a little live stream. I've been fooling around with various settings and things, so I'll let you know all of what I've been busy doing. But right now, we're going to get into plugin coding again, and I'll see how that goes. And let me see if I've got chat and everything set up. Yep. There we go. YouTube wants so desperately to do various annoying things, and it's constantly making me dismiss all of these notifications and stuff. Whatever. One hopes that YouTube will warn me if it ever becomes so determined to push me around that it starts penalizing me heavily if I don't do what it says. One hopes that I'll eventually find out about it if that's the case. So far, we're going to assume that's not what's happening. So yeah, what we're looking at, and I just got out of the Godot audio meeting, which was quite interesting because it was like, it was the usual Godot coding crew, and a newcomer showed up who was seemingly from Linux development and seemed to be somebody who wasn't used to working with like bands or creative plugin coders and musicians and such like. Because they showed up wanting to do a series of changes and were kind of thrown by the fact that the Godot audio community is pretty chill. Like, it's a pretty laid-back little group. It's kind of very British and reserved, and from a bunch of different places all around the world. And I think they're well thought out as in terms of the kind of stuff that we do. Speaking of well thought out, I'm losing track of what I was doing here. So let's see that. I guess I can find out whether I finished this. Yep. Well, shucks, it built, so I think I'm all set. Compress and comp bypass. Compress and comp bypass. That builds, so that's probably fine. Yeah, I have been very busy and very distracted with stuff along the lines of I'm doing spring cleaning. I literally got a dumpster for emptying out trash in my basement effectively, and it's basically worked fairly well. Who's making masterpieces on autopilot? Me? We'll find out. It's possible that this, I'm going to be testing it a little bit so we can find out together whether it's a masterpiece or not. So yeah, on the one hand, my head is still a little bit caught up with the Godot meeting, because honestly, I felt a little bit like working in the context of a band, in that it was about getting people to click harmoniously with each other and learning what the vibe of the group was acting like. And I think this is something that, like, any musician who's been in a band has had some familiarity with that, for good or for ill. But I wonder whether all of the programmers are up to speed with that. You never can tell. But regardless, that seems to be going well enough. Hey, Chad. Well, it's no matter. It was Godot meeting day, so I actually didn't get up to speed starting particularly early, and I'm still going to be ending at 5. Do I have I do. I can move the Godot engine meeting thing to 2 weeks from now because that's when it happens. And in fact, I can also pre-fill in my calendar saying that I will have done a 5-hour stream today. And we'll just assume that that is the case. That ought to do okay. All manner of meetings and things. One of the things I have to remember, and I'll presumably be able to get this in tomorrow, is calling the dumpster people and saying, come and pick this up on Friday, because that's a week from when they finally delivered it. I think I even talked about this on stream sometimes, I had been suffering for like a solid week because I don't go well with needing to respond to stuff from the outside world that is happening but is uncertain. I tend to be waiting literally all of the time. Like 8, 12, 14-hour days of constantly on alert waiting for the thing to happen, that it could happen at any moment and that I have to respond to. It's presumably some kind of autism thing, I couldn't tell you. But there was this whole nonsense about, are they going to randomly call me? Are they going to text me? Are they going to do what? And an unknown, that sounds like a good job. Go ahead and do that thing. And next thing you know, a truck just shows up with the dumpster hanging off of the back of it. Didn't call, didn't text, nothing of the sort. I might as well have not bothered being even concerned about any of that stuff. Dude just showed up and was like, hey, nice Impreza. So I was like, oh yeah, I got it. And he was like, yeah, I like building Subarus in my spare time. So it's like, okay, cool. We can relate on that, presumably. And I have filled this damn thing to the brim, which is what you're supposed to do, but not beyond the brim. Can't be stacked up too high. And it's been an interesting process. One of the things that I did, I can, when the suitable time comes, I can show this off, is I have built a joystick for flight simulator games out of old plumbing parts and stuff. And I'm throwing it away now. Because you see, I built it in like 1992. And it's been in my basement gathering mold and rotting away. And the electronics only work on Apple Desktop Bus, even if they still work. So it's basically been gone for years. That's why it's been down there. I am interested in re-exploring the flight simulator idea. I'm not sure when would be the time for doing that, because right now I've got a bunch of console-related stuff to get finished. And I wouldn't mind trying to get more music made. I've had very specific ideas as to stuff that I could do along those lines. But back in the day, I really enjoyed the video game X-Plane. And, without going to too much expense, I could buy back into that. I have bought... I do not tend to remove comments, so I'm not sure what happened. Do you mean on YouTube, which I've not removed any comments there, or on my website, which also I don't remember removing any comments there? If you made a DAW using all of my plugins, then yeah, credit for the code, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do, and you don't need to get permission in advance or anything like that. So, no, I wouldn't have removed that. As far as I'm concerned, you're doing things the right way, whoever you are or whatever you're doing. Only thing that you would be doing that was wrong was going, I made this, therefore you need to promote it for me now, because that ain't happening. But no, there have been no removings of comments that I'm aware of. I went through a bunch of different stuff. Funnily, awkward things keep coming up, right? So my next door neighbor was helping me deal with some overgrown vines and things, and I'm looking to get rid of a fence that has fallen apart and been torn apart by vines and things. NC-17 doesn't handle true peaks either. Plus, any of the 80 clip or clip only handle true peaks in another kind of way. So that would be a no in every possible level. First thing, NC-17 doesn't do that. And second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth things, everything in a clip only and everything in 80 clip handles true peaks in a different kind of way. So none of it handles it the way that you might think, and all of them manage it in a less formal way that is perhaps not completely guaranteed to be functional, but still works pretty effectively. In particular, the most recent version of 80 clip back the thresholds down just a little bit, and it should be very good at that. Yeah, you're quite welcome, Dikimo. So yeah, back in the day before I had plugins or anything like that, I made airplanes. Xplane lets you design airplanes, and I spent some time doing it, and it was quite interesting. It's the sort of thing where I could absolutely see doing that as a little sort of side stream thing that I can do. Right now, and certainly for today, it's all about getting a few more plugins a little farther along. But yeah, so it's been one of those weeks really, with everything being a little complicated. I'm quite looking forward to things simplifying more than a little bit, which will probably involve me diving into the plugins more. Maybe even being able to do music rather than just only plugins, but we shall see. One thing at a time. I lie, I never do one thing at a time. Here's one thing that I could do. I could try my new Dynamics plugin on some of these things. So this is ruthless for exposing things happening in Dynamics. So this would be the new Dynamics 3. And we can make it have a really fast attack and slow release. It's a little wobbly, but I'm pushing the threshold really far here. This is supposed to be a super aggressive. So it's kind of funny the way this works. You will notice quickly how do you avoid overs? I don't mix that loud. It's a fairly simple answer, but it is an answer. So here is exaggerating compression really hard, and what I'm listening for is hearing if I can make it act weird or something. We're doing pretty well as far as letting it have attacks. It really kind of wants to not compress that hard, but that's fine. Release will tend to either suppress the spring back quite a lot or not. But then there's a whole new thing we're doing, which is more clear on drums and such, but we can do dry and then go back to the opposite. You have not heard this yet. This is new. Inv wet. This is it as an expander. Let's see what kind of madness we get up to now. So I've got a clipper on the end of it, so it will clip. And also, I think sitting comfortably, I should adjust the controls just a bit. Oh, wrong way. Okay, let's see how that is. Okay, I think that's better. I was moving it so that I didn't have to sit up straight for every second that I'm on stream. Anyways, this is now an expander. And the farther you push thresh, the more you unleash the expander, and the more you slow release, the more you unleash the expander. So if I turn these speakers quite a bit down, we can explore some of the extreme ranges. Of how it starts hitting the expansion. And if we exaggerate it, we can be guaranteed to smash the expander. More release smashes it harder. Cut release back, and it can't flare up quite as much because the expander is the opposite of the compressor. So it should be acting about the same way. So this is me fooling with it for that. I've never actually run this on the Rhodes before. So I'm seeing what it does. And if you dial the threshold all the way down, what you end up getting is a severely attenuated sound compared to threshold at 1 bypasses the whole thing. I'm going to open up a drum sound again. Or actually, why don't I? Here's a new recording that I did fairly recently. So that's a DI bass. And we could compress it like crazy, allowing whatever attack we want in there. And this can have it be very squished. Like that is a heavily compressed bass sound. And there's dry. But then if we flip it, and instead expand it, what I can do is try to have a little punch added. I'll turn it back up again. The distortion is part of the original signal, it's not part of the compressor. So what I can do is have it doing this. This is the raw sound. We can have it be compressed, and then what I'm thinking of with this is being able to manipulate it in such a way that more of a string handling punch shows up behind the bass attack. And the question is, can I make it work? Like, does this work? So bypassed. See, I'm trying to get kind of a thump on some of those notes. In fact, I could even, let me go and find the note. There's a note. So bypassing it or putting it to the middle, there's a bit of a thump because that's going to a low G. And if we compress it, that's what you expect, is it's compressing the sound. So there's a squish in play. But can I emphasize the thump as if it turned into partly a kick drum? This is a legit thing to do with basses, and you can do it with synth basses as well. And signs point to yes, I can. My peaking is kind of hot. Let's see what happens when we change attack around. And again, threshold is going to determine how much that boosts. So that's going to be kind of sensitive. Okay, that's got a kind of punch happening. And I can fool with the attack in such a way where the entire front end of the peak attack is part of what would originally be if you were compressing it. Now we're getting some of that peak. If we're expanding it, we're losing the peak. So then speeding it up, got a nice little thump going on there. Release is how much of that is able to expand upwards. So it produces a limit of how much expansion it can do, much like release is producing a limit to how compressed things can get. And then slower attack some of that effect goes away. So It's got a certain amount of kick to it. Again, dry. You can hear that noise is meant to be there. But whereas if we compress, we're squishing away all of that dynamicness. We can expand exactly the same dynamicness with the inverse. And then the same thing should apply with regard to using the inverse dry-wet to moderate the sound. So if some of our drums, for instance, are very squished like this, but then some of them could be coming across as dry, well, and I've mentioned sometimes Dark Side of the Moon is a good example of things are compressed, but then other things are not compressed at all. We can go to literally the opposite of that and make like hyper dark side drums or things. And this is an example of that on a bass. There's the body of it. And then it's wildly exaggerated now. And we're also making it a little quieter now. See, it's going to respond differently to different kinds of notes as well, which is why I had to put a clipper in there, because otherwise it would go crazy. But there ought to be ways of dialing this in so that you use some of the dry wet and you're getting that expanded sound like this, but whereas this is a variable ratio on compression, it's a variable ratio on expansion. And it just accentuates that kind of sound. So now that we've got it dialed in that way, and we can also have it mostly dry, but then hype up the degree to, like, watch this. We can pretty much guarantee we're going to get a bunch of spiky punch out of it, regardless. And then if I play the whole thing, so in console X3, this is going to lead into, ooh, that was a crack. It's going to lead into tape hack. And that's what we're doing for the saturation. So it's going to lead into a saturator. And yeah, some of that punchiness is legitimately there. Again, the way this works, I can set it up so that pretty much anything just blows up and distorts, like this. But kind of the way it works is if I set it up to compress, or to expand rather, it does the same thing as compression, in that the threshold drops and the background loudness goes down. And it'll do the same thing on a drum track. And this is where I get to test out Dynamics 3 and the VST and see that these are all working, and then we can move on to another plugin. But what we've got here is the ability to compress or have a slower attack. That's one way of squishing things. Experiment with sounds, Plant Hub. Experiment with sounds. Start messing with stuff. And so this becomes a way of, again, variable ratio compression. If you have a very slow release, what you end up getting is the spike. So that is super hard compression with just the attack spike. And then the release is slow enough here that it's taking a while to respond. So that's one way of getting like a fat attack on things, but what I'm looking to do is the opposite of it, in hopes I can do useful things with things like bass and drums. Because again, if everything is compressed, everything is all squished, and the world is just a washy pile of noise like this. If instead we expand, you bring this up until the maximum peak kicks in. Honestly, I could see a way of dealing with this where I'm clipping in a different place. I'm not sure this is where I want to clip. But notice that now we've got a different thing going on, where before we have the compression, and so we have the attack, and we can hear it kicking in and squishing the sound. If we go to expand, that's an alternate way of doing it. It is an alternate way of getting a sort of weird squishy behavior, which we can exaggerate pretty much arbitrarily. You just push threshold and increase release, and it becomes automatically total annihilation. So the thing I'm wondering is whether I want to be clipping the output of the compressor and not the dry. And again, if you don't engage the threshold very much, where the compression stays at full volume, the expansion starts at full quietness. And it kind of flares up. We're at maximum expansion here. The farther we push it, the more it'll go. But it's effectively, it's taking off the attack in a different way. When you compress and have a really fast attack, you're taking off the attack by it responding too quickly. With this, it takes off the attack if it's responding too slowly. And we can manipulate that as well. The thing that concerns me is the way that it's clipping. Wow, it absolutely blew up on the other side there. This is the concern of the expansion, that the expansion can go crazy, and that's why I have to build in a clip. See? And then if I have it mostly dry, this shows you why it's going so crazy, is that we have a super hyper aggressive compress. So here we are with our super hyper aggressive expand. And what we're doing is sort of coming up with ways of having it exaggerate its expansion. And I'm working out how I need to manipulate this so that it's a approachable behavior. I could just consider the threshold to be delicate. We could just have the threshold be like, don't push this too far or it will clip. Because this is a sound different from bypass. It's really gating the crap out of everything. And it is suppressing the attack. And we're still blowing up the output on some of those toms and things. So that's something worth paying attention to. The fact that running an expander at full crank to do your gating, arguably a messy thing to do. Maybe you don't want to. Little changes in expansion level can give rise to unreasonably big results. So what I'm basically trying to do here is set it up so, like, I know how a compressor will work. You dial in your sound and the quiet parts bloom up and it responds to an attack control. Can I do a attack control and a release control where it makes sense if used as the expander? And I'm fairly happy at what's happening with this. It's a little touchy. If I make it a really fast attack, and you can hear the way it blows up the side like that. We have threshold issues in some of these noises. But it is producing a beefy sound compared to the dry. And of course, compression here, it's a really exaggerated compression. But it's doing a pretty respectable job of producing the impact of a gated sound without actually being one. Pretty much is what it is. It's a downward expander. Now, one thing I can do is set it up so that the threshold never really gets to the point. And then get the sound using inf wet. So there's your compressy sound, which will work for some things. And then if I have like a kick mic, a snare mic, where I want to reinforce this sound, because I'm probably going to want to use like saturated compressed sounds and a bunch of things. But then you reinforce that with something that has some real immediate punch to it. I'm going to let it cycle through one more time. So that's going to make everything more compressed and loud. And this are dry sound. And when you look at that, even without having it saturate completely this way, like we don't have it blowing up the output, but if I listen to what the background is doing, the background drops out incredibly aggressively. Like here, I'll crank it way up. I don't have to go very far. And if I do the release much faster, one thing that will happen is it's going to become more controllable. And again, we've got it turned up really loud. So I'm using the expander as a downward expander. This is basically dry. And then what I'm pretending that this is like my center mic and going, how do I make this kick drum sound better as a reinforcement sound? And that's immediately a bigger sounding kick drum without so much of the background stuff. It's also more dynamic, but that stands to reason. So yeah, if I had strictly a kick mic, I'd probably be working with this to get it kind of more isolated sounding, because I don't want to make an in-kick mic, although if I did, it would become even more crazy. Like throw this on inside the kick mic and it's going to be pretty spectacular. So yeah, so down on verses and up for choruses. That might sound something like this. Verses, choruses. Yeah, you could do that. I could see that being a thing. Let us now see, well, let us not. Let's not say we did. You know why? Because I don't think I'm quite done. There was an idea I was exploring, which will mean I will have to go and rebuild literally all of these all over again. But it might be worth it. And it's only 12:41. Honestly, if I wanted to go really hard, I could make even more coffee, but I don't think I'm going to do that today. It's really been a couple of weeks, I'm telling you. It's been intense. what I'm looking at here is where in this process should I be clipping? Or indeed what parts of it should be clipping. Because you see, I've got this, right? And I am post-clipping, but I'm not sure that so here's, I'm tempted to say here's your problem. Both of these work in this way. We do the dry section, and then we add the compressed and or expanded section, which can be full on like I could get a little stupid and try doing a sine function on there, which that would force it to be more saturated, which is not always good, but that is also restricted to, let's see what it does. If we comment out that, and then all of this is within a single parenthesis, and so too is all of this within a single parenthesis. That means that all of that could be put within a transcendental function. And doing this now, both of those things are saturated where they were not before. It would cause wavefolding, yes. Thing is, some of the crazy hot peaks that we're getting would sound better with wavefolding, honestly. So this is now, firstly, see if this sounds any good, because I'm not currently using sine saturation stages on this anywhere. Mind you, if we have lots of compression, it's nowhere near clipping. So it's basically just a question of must try this to see if the magics occur. Because I did not figure on this being a thing. But it's one clean way of getting out of the saturate at plus 6 dB. And it's not like I ain't done that before. Pressure has output saturators on it. Oh, we can't do that just yet, can we? Because we have to shut down the program. Now we can. Let's see what happens. We're going to play with the drums first. See what it does. Okay, so this is literally the wavefolding version of it. Interestingly, if we have drive in there, dry lets us peak considerably beyond its range. Also, I can turn it down some. Let's do that. Maximum crazy boosts. If we're coupling it with dry, we end up getting boosts that are slightly hotter. And part of this is probably because we are unsaturating it relative to how much is going into dry. It's a balance between dry and wet, so we're only saturating the balance. So if we go for the full saturation, we get this. But if we do partial saturation, it's a sharp little noise, but it didn't clip hotter than 0. We're getting peaks slightly over 1, much less 0. And that's because we're sign saturating the amount of this that gets added, which if we're near to dry is next to nothing. So the clip can be way lower. There's a safety clip ability in there. But pretty much it's going to be trying to make it go into the saturation, and we're padding it with this same control. So this is as hard as we can hit. I'm going to say that's pretty hard. So formerly we weren't really able to do this because we weren't doing the wave folding thing. This is purely wave folding. And of course, speeding up release will ameliorate this a little bit. So now it's attacking slower. Because you see, we are expanding up just after the hit, just when it kicks in. It does make it seem to hit pretty hard. I've yet to see what it's doing to the compression though, although it should follow the same rules. Okay, that's nothing but attack. What should happen now is as I bring it back to the center, we're going to get more sharp attacks on that because we're not going as far into the distortion. Oh, no, that's actually expansion again. So there's our hyper expansion. I do not know if I can layer the bass praise I played and do tuning in context. I do not know if I can do that because I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. Okay, biggest possible attack. What's puzzling me is I'm not getting peaks much over -6. I thought I'd be getting a little more than that out of there. With the compression stuff, I'm thinking of maybe, okay, well, if you're wondering the same, somebody explain what you mean. I can bring the bass part back. I don't understand what tuning in context means in this context. And this is still weirding me out a little. I feel like I should be making these peaks go higher if I've got it fully cranked. It feels like I should be able to make the peaks go higher, and it's not. Mind you, I'm fairly happy with what the sound is doing. Oh no, I can't do that. This doesn't play multiple tracks. Sorry. It does stuff like this. I do seem to have the ability to throw a threshold right down there and get the kind of uber squish I was thinking of. So there's a weird one. Compression with the attack that is so slow that it's acting like a gate. Speed up the release. And we get a compressed, altered sound. And this is more along the lines, although to do this, you need to do the post boost. This is like your Fairchildy variable mu in full crank. It does go pretty hard. Back to, I don't think we tried the bass yet with the latest change. This is now the bass. With the saturation thing going on. Okay, that's aggressive. Let's have some real snaps and crackles. Okay, that was craziness. I think the wave folding is helping with this one. I knew it was going to do that. So those really horrifying parts. I'm intentionally distorting the bass there. It's pretty grimy, so I'm going to loop it. back to the rest of the song. And then DI. So what I'm liking about this is that it's giving a certain amount of bass amp. There's a thing that you get out of bass amps if you push them, where it hits kind of harder. And I'm getting a little of that, which is what I would like, so that part's good. It does need post clipping on top of even that. Consider we're mostly still not clipping. And we do get to ameliorate it a little bit. I think that'll fit pretty well with drums. So dry. And of course, if we compress, it sounds compressed, which is normally what people do for this kind of thing. What I'm trying to do at this stage, and it'll be well worth it if I manage to pull this off today, is bring in an alternate form that isn't compression, but still can be used to like heighten the impact of things. So we know what compression sounds like. It's swishing up the sort of background of the sound. Whereas having stuff dry, there's dry, full wet. And if we push to the opposite extreme, heavily expanded but into a wave folder. It should be possible to kind of dial in amounts of it. It does seem to have the ability for me to be able to lean on this is a DI, this is physically up front kind of thing going on. It'll work a little better if I have more distortion on it. But I can go from dry to voicing this more effective. It's not going crazy as eagerly as before. And if that's too much, so the part that's going to be interesting with this when I start working with Console X3 is the fact that I'm also working on the new version of BezEQ. It's going to be BezEQ 4. I've got some upgrades for that, but I've already started setting up the voicing where Like I can do this, and this obviously has like heightened bass compared to this. But this is gonna happen with the EQ around it. Meaning I should be able to dial this in, right? And go, okay, that's beefy low-end tones. And then use EQs to adjust where that impact hits. Like, am I boosting going into the expansion? Am I boosting coming out of the expansion? Am I boosting a little bit in every direction? Honestly, I think just throwing that sign on there made everything better. I am not usually one to be like everything has to have a saturation stage. In fact, I'm usually not inclined to do that. But in this case, I really kind of feel like that worked. So that makes me wonder, what if that was something other than simply a sine function? Well, one thing I could do is assemble this in a couple of different ways. So when I say assemble this in a couple of different ways, I'm talking about the thing that I'm doing where I have this elaborate, complicated thing made out of dry plus wet. And if I was to go input sample equals just the dry, then I wouldn't be able to add the wet to it because I would have already changed it. All of this is one calculation. See, kind of like this, these are one calculation. And if I do this and then do input sample plus equals, then we lose the original input sample going in. But nothing says I can't just do the compression side of it and then add the dry side of it afterwards. And if I do that, then I don't have to use the transcendental function built into the machine. I could be using purist sine. I could be using tapehack. I'm using tapehack for stuff. Honestly, I feel like that might be a real winner. Building tapehack into dynamics and then having another stage of tapehack after that. Maybe that will really be a thing. And so, here's how that goes. Firstly, we gotta fix that. That was just silly and dumb. Got there? No good reason for that to be happening, it just did. Then, this has to move here. And this has to move here. And then these become plus equals. And we now have the same thing as we had before, with the difference. Because we can skip that sign there and then just completely implement it a different way. And that will work just as well. Specifically, we get to include TAPAC. So what's that going to look like? It's going to look like making some space inside here for it. And I don't have it handy, but I can go and find it. That's not there. That's here. So I have a version of my final TAPAC in this one. Well, we can't but try. The thing I like about TAPAC for this is that it should be slightly more efficient than running the transcendental function. Running sine means calling upon the computer's ability to do that to the nth degree. And I'm maybe not going to want quite that. So here's where we previously had dynamics 3, which we're replacing with what you see to the side there. All of this is going to end up becoming more like this, or this is a stereo version of it. Maybe for this one, I want to look up pre. Let's find out. I'm honestly very tempted to just go for all the coffee but it's not always good for me to do. Scroll down a ways. See, there is the slightly altered so why am I not simply making this one be the one that I would already put into pre? Surely this should be like this. Because I can rename everything. And then surely that can be like that. And that makes it easier to port over to this, which I'm going to end up doing. Oh, food map, don't tempt me. And then tomorrow I'm going to be loading a dumpster and dealing with my lawn situation and the neighbor who wants to help me get rid of some vines and things. And sometimes it's really troublesome when somebody is being helpful and you're like, okay, yes, come over and help and lend me your tools and stuff. And now you want to call me up on the phone and send me texts all day and whatever. And it's like, it's tricky. Anyway, here is TAPAC. This is a form of TAPAC that has filtering. I'm not sure that plays a role here, though. I think I'm going to want to do this one. It's a simplified version to run in an elaborate channel strip. Okay. And you see, there is a reason that I have to clamp this one. And it is because this won't necessarily, well, I don't know whether it will or not. I guess we could find out. Shall we find out whether it explodes if you don't limit it? First things first. No sign, thank you. We don't need the exterior set of parentheses. And then if we bring this together, but we do have to bring this to in case it blows up without it. And this is TAPAC, not anything else. It's not pure saturation. It's very specifically, this is the custom values for TAPAC. And we're going to see what that gives us. And then I said I was going to find out what happens if it tries to wrap. Because the thing about this is, if well, you'll see. Either this will work or it will wildly not work. I don't know which it's going to be. Oh, and I made a mistake. It's a simple mistake. Okay. So we've got the Fmax and Fmin canceled out. That will give us a perfectly behaved TAPAC. Without that, either it will start to wrap around, and rather than just flatlining, it'll do some of the wave folding, or it will explode. I don't know to what extent this will give me a sine function that wavefolds properly, but at some point, yeah, I know, drum roll please, at some point it will cease to wavefold and it will just blow up. Or I could clamp it to a larger number than that, but for now, here's my test. I think I can probably throw the bass in it to make it do crazy things. And we're going to see whether it explodes. And I'm going to turn my volume down just in case. See, it says 76. Yeah. And I got it fully cranked there. So anytime it's giving me outputs that high, like 76, that means it is failing to clip to being TAPAC. And instead what has happened here, let's start it again. 108, there you go. That's all I needed to know. So I've got it set up in such a way where it is able to expand so hard that it makes TAPAC explode. We can't have that. I've got the speakers turned way the heck down. So the fact that I'm trashing my converters doesn't actually matter here. But the whole point of having that in there at all is to stop that from happening. Stop the big spike from being 108 dB hot. Because a volume spike of 108 dB in the mix, in a track that's like turned down all the way, or turned down like 80 dB, will ruin your day. So this did in fact fail to work, and we're going to fix it now. Or at least we're going to see if this fixes it now. If we clamp it, that might make this act differently. Can but try. Okay, previous settings, which are still going to be present. Last time I did this, it was not clamping it, and I got a spike of 108 dB. Let's see what the spike is this time. 0.69. That's acceptable. Yeah, that was 108 dB. Now it is just like 0.6. Not necessarily bad though. Like the cracks and snaps are part of the fact that this is like a uber maximum expander. Let's also find out what it sounds like, and I can safely turn it back up again now. So this will be going into another instance of TAPAC. This is just an example of doing what I was doing before. And pushing it real hard, just so that it expands real hard and blows everything up. I think this is acceptable. There's the punch I wanted. And if I dial it back, less is going into TAPAC. And I'm getting some of that behavior I was looking for. It's got a great ability to suppress the background. Which is of some use with this sound. I should try it on the roads. And again, I've yet to run it into the heavily compressed thing, but that's going to be more fun on the drums. On the bass, it just makes it sound kind of warbly. Yeah, seems good. So, and then perhaps the Rhodes. Drums. So this is now drums, but it's tape hack rather than sine. It definitely doesn't go loud, does it? That said, I'm fairly happy with the tone we're getting now. So those should be incredibly steep peaks. Here's the opposite. There's our exaggerated very mu compression. Micro attacks, let's speed up the release. Now it's a variable mu compressor, so not everything hits tape hack as hard. Let's bring it in. I'm getting more of an ability to adjust it around in extreme ways without it sounding like it's doing anything. That is kind of desirable. Bearing in mind that since it's variable mu anyhow, adjusting the mu is also going to be relevant. So dry, there's no compression. If we're compressing it this hard, I could definitely get sounds from front of kit mics using this. You should try some of my Clipper plugins. Apollo Joy. I have Clipper plugins. See, we're turning this dry sound into this. And then there will be a separate gain stage and a separate clipper stage to bring it back up to full volume again. Make it more explosive. But honestly, I feel like this is coming together pretty well. For getting the crazy exaggerated type behavior, you have to have the slower release just so that there's more time for it to swing up. Otherwise, it saturates and gets too intense. So what you would be doing is kind of like this. You could take the drums like that, slam them like this, and then saturate them like if you were doing, say, I think there's only one tape pack. Nope. It's a follow-up. Follow-up is going to be what I want. And then you'd just be slamming it like that. To get your final drum sound. And you got a big attack, you've got a big hit on the front of the wave, and then you have the big follow-through. And we haven't even added reverb to anything. Out of this. So that ought to work really nice. And then you get to manipulate EQ all through that chain. Because the way EQ is coming together is it's in multiple stages. The way it's working, it's going to be Bez EQ4. I need to come up with that, so I'll finish that one up today as well. And then you get to figure out where you want it to sit. Do you want all of the EQ to sit in front of the compression and saturation? Or all after? Or spread through, like one beginning, one between compression and saturation, and one after? Which is probably going to work pretty well. And then you have a control for dialing that back and forth after you already have your big saturated extensive thing going on. That will be interesting levels of changing the sound around. Having something like that dialed up to be big and extensive, and then going beyond that to balance where, like if you added bass, where would that hit? Would it hit in the beginning? Would it hit in the middle, at the end, or all of the above? I feel like there's going to be useful results out of that. The only thing I'm not letting you do then is opposite things, like cutting going in and then boosting going out. Because that would just become unmanageable. Too many controls. Original Console X has too many controls. Console X3 will not have as many, but it'll have a little more than Console X2 because they need to have that control for manipulating where the EQ goes. I feel like it's going to be approachable once I have it, that there's just the one control and it does that, and you leave it in the middle if you don't know what you're doing. But it should give obvious results, I think. If we're really lucky, I might have that done by the end of the day. And I can demonstrate what I'm talking about. If not, I can't talk what I'm talking about, and I'll do it anyway. So there. We got there. Including the Fmin and Fmax took this to its final point. Dynamics 3 mono is now done. Now we have all the rest of everything else to do. But, nothing to it but to do it. I could have stopped and just put out Dynamics 3 with what I had at the beginning of around noon. Aren't you glad I didn't? Build. Copy that sucker over. And let's copy it to the components folder. Just to be absolutely sure I have everything sorted. Now we need to build a stereo version of the same thing. No other changes. All the changes are happening down here now. So how's that gonna work? Well, we get to lose these. And we have a lot more going on in here. I don't know why I bothered to do that. I knew it wasn't going to work. Maybe I do need that other cup of coffee. It's 1:44. Do you think it's worth doing, having another cup of coffee and seeing how much of all of this I can get into final production by the end of the day? It's only Tuesday. It's not like I literally have to have all this done by the end of the day. I'm going to say, yeah, you know what? I am going to do that. So let's fire up my stream audio. Hey, Grants. Oh, I've got a massive improvement on Dynamics 3 mono, so now I need to do it for the stereo and the VST version of it, and then build all of that stuff into the new versions of console. So, just only that, not much, right? Not so much. Let's open up some let's do astronomical units. I think I might even, well, no, maybe I don't anymore. I might have tossed them. I think I may have dumpstered some old raw rips of these things. Oops. I want to do a remix of them anyway, honestly, so yeah. We got a funny sequence in here. Let's do, grab these ones. See the little logo there? I had a proper album of all of this. It comes from a long time ago. Long time ago. But I'm going to be back with coffee. We're going to do a bunch of crazy intense work. But for now, I can leave this a playing. Oh, wait, I'm going to have to do this with it. Okay. Don't mind me. Too many things to think about. We'll get there. Boom. Alrighty. Stream music arranged for. Goes like this. I'll be back with some coffee and we're going to do all kinds of useful stuff this afternoon. I think I have lost the original CD version of this one. Which is deeply annoying, seeing as it's showing up that it was done fairly well at the time. But this is off of MP3s. I do not think I have the original mixdowns. I do think I have the masters. So there's that. But yeah, those people were kind of enjoying all the wackiness of this. It's the album that I did called Astronomical Units. I even had a cover and everything for it. And we can but try, I guess. One thing about that is, from what you were hearing there, people were talking about the guitar tone. Those are my stomp boxes. That was done with my stomp boxes and a hi-fi amplifier into a speaker. I believe it's into a speaker. So it was not an especially loud sound. It was, funnily enough, not a tube amplifier. But it was essentially, what I'm talking about building stomp boxes is pretty much I'm talking about that, but more so. But basically pretty much that. So if you like those tones, I'm going to be making them become available. And if you're quick off the draw, not especially expensive. So it looks like here I'm in the process of making this work again. And here's part of how I do it. We need to do the raw version of all of this and then add the dry stuff to it afterwards, because we can. So that stuff with dry gets added to what we already had. And I also get to lose some of the extra parentheses. If I can do this, then the VST should come across fairly straightforward. Yeah, we could well say this was a breakthrough in dynamics. I'll show you in a moment. I'll show you when I get some of the rest of this built. Then, after each initial stage, we run that version of tape hack. Not from there. How about from here? Oh, well, Aurora Dreamweaver, I'm not sure that this coming weekend is going to be the weekend for you, but I'm going to show you something. Purist Console 4 is ready to go. If you were in a desperate hurry, like, make your case, because Purist Console 4 is ready to release. It will take a little bit of fussing to demo it, I think. But yeah, and I hear you guys as far as chores is concerned, man. Talk about getting in a dumpster and doing a spring cleaning. This is why this week has been kind of heavy, is that woof, there's a lot. Also, it's throwing me in all of my most challenging times. My most challenging stuff is around interacting with other people and going against all of that whole autism thing, figuring out like what to do in situations where you want to behave normally and act like a proper real person and all that kind of stuff. And I'm already seeing some of that, and I am very likely going to be seeing even more of it because I have decided that I'm going to do a yard sale and unload a bunch of stuff without really telling people that my active intention is to unload all of this stuff for disgustingly, ridiculously cheap and get like next to nothing out of it. Because the alternative is to get another dumpster or to just continue to be cluttered like hell. And I don't like that. So there's things like a working blender. There's all manner of random stuff. There's a PS2 with a little pile of games. There's a PS3, which also I don't use. There's a couple of old driving controllers that you can have for racing games on PlayStations and such like that. All of it. I want to see the end of all of it. Everything that I'm not actually doing. Anything like video game console I had set up and gone to some trouble of making it be nice and then haven't touched for 3 years. No, none of that stuff. I want it to be in the hands of people who are going to get something out of having these things. And so I'm going to do a yard sale, but the catch is the yard sale is me basically giving a bunch of stuff away for like $1 or $5, $10. There's ways I could do that, yeah, but I'd kind of like to do the yard sale thing. And yeah, funnily enough, I'm quite comfortable in hardware stores, but that's just me. Like I was the person. Would you like to take a brief break to do a different thing? Because I can show you something amusing. let's see what's going on there. Check this out. I did a thing. Hey, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and I'm hanging out with something that I made once. I'm going to put this on one of my
before it goes into the dumpster where it will meet its end. What is this thing? It is a joystick for flight simulators that I made myself out of plumbing parts. It's possible that it still works. It's also possible that it does not. So here's how you do a thing like this. This started out as a joystick of some sort. You'll notice that the cable is Apple desktop bus cable. It's got a little extension for if you want to connect multiple Apple desktop bus things. This is old school. These are rudder pedals. The whole thing is plumbing parts soldered together, and the springs are inner tubes, and it is a joystick with kind of a lot of travel. You can dive like that or pull back. You see there is a brass thing that goes around to sort of the guts of potentiometers there, and I just took them all out of the joystick that they came from. I think it was a CH Products, and built it into this because I was playing a game called Air Warrior on my 68K Macintosh Performa 575, and I couldn't play well enough, so I thought I would try to use technology to make myself be able to play better. So you can see that's soldered on in there, and then there's a little loop of copper, which is what the potentiometers are connected to in there. And it really worked. And it's been in my basement for, oh boy, what, over 30 years? Looks it. And it's going into a dumpster because there is no use for it anymore. See, it's assembled with duct tape. The duct tape is still good. There's strapping tape holding the foam pads on here. These are just looped around with bent copper. But the bulk of it is assembled with plumbing parts and soldered together.
Only a little bit.
Here at the top is the joystick from the CH Products joystick. So there you go. Full-size airplane cockpit out of random parts and junk. A little glimpse of previous Chris back when I was little. Talk to you later.
So yeah, I've basically always been this way. I'm going to sneak that on the end of a plugin video just for people to be amused by. But yeah, and that is the same process that has most likely cost me the raw audio files of the mixdowns of astronomical units. I think there was just like one CD of those. and it may or may not have actually worked. It might have already been trashed, because the reason I was throwing a bunch of these things away was that I found them in the bottom of a rotting box. So some of the CDs would be unworkable. But yeah, what I do, I have the master. It was on ADAT, so I have the master tape of it. And there could come a time when I remix it. But it's fascinating how close I came, just on ears, and that was very much one of the ones where I was like, I know exactly how this should be, and I was making no concessions to anybody. And then I was really frustrated with myself, and so I didn't like it and haven't done anything with it. Meanwhile, let's just go and check that this worked. Here is Dynamics 3 proper. Turned up quite loud. That's pretty much what I had. Interesting. Are we working or are we failing to work? Let's find out. I think that is actually what the tape pack will give me. Oh yeah. No, that's tape pack on the output. That's what it's supposed to be doing, yep. Hey, Kick It Up, you're quite welcome. Oh, what the name of the game... The name of the game was Air Warrior, and it was from back in the days when I was on a 68K Performa 575. 68K means it was a 68040 processor. This was pre-PowerPC, never mind pre-Intel. This was before Intel Macintosh. It was the kind of thing where the original Marathon and Marathon Infinity came out, and people would get like LAN games together and play on that. And there were flight simulators, including multiplayer modem-based. We're talking 14.4 or 28.8 modems, and people were still trying to play over the internet. Air Warrior, yep. I don't know if it had the year tied to it, but it was Air Warrior indeed. I'm sure all of the servers are long since gone. After that, I fooled around with a game called Warbirds. Didn't get as much out of it. I was never that great at any of those, but they're World War II fighter airplane games and multiplayer. There may still be things like that happening. Like we might still have people playing and stuff. Very well. I think we got there. This is the heavily expanded version. There's our heavily compressed version. got there. Air Warrior 3 is on Steam. Ooh, neat. Neat. That's kind of cool. I don't know. I mean, like, this is how many years ago? Boy, what, 30 years ago? So the people who were around for that one aren't necessarily still on there playing it. But yeah, there were a whole group of people playing this Air Warrior game. And you'd get it, and you had a complete mix of airplanes. So people would be in countries, but you could have mixes of like Spitfires and Focke-Wulf F-190s and P-51 Mustangs and stuff. And they all had their own little flavors. Like Spitfires were pretty well behaved. They're like performance airplanes. They handled well. They did a bunch of things well. Focke-Wulf 190s were just, they had this monster machine gun that could really tear you up, but they didn't handle as well. A6M0s could outmaneuver any damn thing except for maybe a P-38 Lightning. If you were trying to chase somebody around in a spinny battle, a Zero could come around and get a shot at you because it would turn that quickly. Whereas the only other one that could do that was a P-38 Lightning, could do almost as tight of a spin or a turn. P-51 Mustangs are called Runstangs because they're faster than anything else, so they just get out of dodge. They fly through, they shoot at you, and then they're gone and you can't catch them. And yeah, there were bomber flights and all manner of things going on there. And yeah, it was a neat time. I did not have the skill to really make the most of that stuff, but it was pretty cool that time. I ended up getting into X-Plane, which was not as much flying around shooting at things. Air Warrior strangely had fairly good flight modeling. Like, they really put some effort into making things act the way that they were supposed to act. X-Plane, not so much a combat thing, but X-Plane, you got to make your own airplanes using their airplane making technology, because the whole thing was just specify airfoils and blade element modeling, and then it flew based on that. So, and continues to this day to work like that. So you've got situations like there's a high-performance plane called the Lancair that the programmer owns one of and flies. And people freak out because they try to fly this and they get on the runway and they crank up the engine and the plane veers off to the left. And they go, it's broken. Oh no, what's going on with that? Yeah, the actual plane does. Because the powerful engine is turning a propeller, and the propeller is making a swirling action around the airplane at this slow speed, meaning that the sort of rotating propeller force causes a rightward push on the tail of the airplane, which causes it to swerve to the left, and the real one does that, and it models it to the extent that it actually does that in the model, the thing that it does in real life. So if you're inventing planes, well, then you can do that and fly them and see if they work. Do a sort of dangerous, except for not dangerous, test pilot thingy. If you're designing the planes and then you try to get them into the air and see if they behave and see if you can fly them and see if they land and stuff. You make up all manner of goofy things like small plane except for that it has two 747 engines hanging off of the wings. Just wild stuff like that. And I did a fair bit of this. And I ended up with a better joystick than the one that I made for myself out of plumbing parts. Because I ended up with, I think it's a CH Products. Unless it's another kind, I forget, but I got one of the kinds of joysticks where you have the joystick and that kind of stuff to it, but then you also have some rudder pedals, and I got one of those. So if I was to get into that kind of stuff again, or indeed if I was, because you remember on that little video that I showed, it had push buttons for rudder pedals, which is not really how that works. You can do a lot more in airplane simulation if you have some of the foot pedals for them. That is really a much better way of going, because then you can have the airplane yawing to your direction rather than just only being able to tilt and go up or down. You need to also be able to go from side to side like that. Especially in Air Warrior, but that might have something to do. Part of it is I wasn't very good at the game, but part of it is people would dominate in that game if they had all of the pedals and flight sticks and things. Yeah, there's honestly what you do, Food Matt, if you have a Lancair, is you apply counter rudder to offset the swerve that it tries to do. And there ain't no way around it, because what's happening is rather than you going at a high speed, which will keep it nice and stable, you're not going at a high speed, you're just taking off, but the engine is going at a high speed. And so that swirling force is at its maximum. That's how that works. Anyways, we have just tested this out, and I'm satisfied with where we got. So we have the beginnings of that. I'm going to be checking Bezi Q4 as well. By the end of this week, I should have at least some of these things made into VSD plugins and ready to put out. But then we've got the VST version, and I need to go and update that as well now. Same changes. They need to be 2 times over, though. So while I have all of this stuff ready to go, the stuff in here is no longer the same, nor do we need this, because now we have TAPAC built into it, which is doing a good job at what it needs to be doing. I'm satisfied with that part. So basically, we copy everything from if compress down to nDynamics 3. And replace in both of these places. That's the first one. This is the second one. This much smaller line of stuff, including these clip factor things. Boop. Now it has TAPAC built in, and it is doing the same thing. Yep, still looks to be about right. Yeah, I think we're good. And then the 64-bit version is here. Have to remember to check that I've got the clip part in the end handled. Got it for this one. You know what? I can also do this. And likewise for this. Actually, no, that's just slightly wrong. Let me fix that before I go. That goes on the very end because all of this is contained within if comp bypass. So not having it there is misleading. So I'm going to fix that. But it shouldn't change the building of it any. So I should be able to build this just fine. And now I have my initial VST3. And now what I want to do is make this match the other one. What this would be is end if compress rather than end dynamics 3. But I don't need to rebuild that. But I will need to load that again. And we should have built the VST. I can find out real quick. At which point I will start going through the console X3 builds, which are very close to being ready to go. And that'll be really a something to be able to play with not only this, but then also play with the filters. I don't know whether my filters are updated to Bezier Q4 yet. They might be, but I don't remember whether I had them done. Option drag, get one of those there. Drag it to here. Older item, yes indeed. Now let's see if the VST acts the same way as the other one on the same audio. Funnily enough, I didn't build it recently enough. But here it is. Okay. Very sensitive adjustments. And that's as much as it's supposed to be clipping. Expander. It goes pretty hard. But it gets restrained to not 100 dB over. And now we do an expander in such a way that it's kind of doing a sort of bloom effect. The compressed version. Guzzling on my coffee. So if we want to enhance this somewhat by making it be a little bit, there's like a compressed-like quality, but in a way where we're actually softening the attack somewhat this way. See, now our expansion is happening way slower. So if we take it from this and start adding that slower expansion in there, we've got the original sound, but then there's this sort of added smush in there, which should probably have pleasing effects. It'll go a little hotter. But if we then add tapac, it's a much beefier sound than before. Because now we're saturating it just a bit. Just bring it right up to full crank. And there's a sort of bloom on this snare, but it's cutting out the room reverberation. And that's what you can do with expansion on a drum kit. Is we're doing some of the like 80s crazy compression stuff, but not in such a way that it's bringing the background out. And it's a neat effect. So we got there. Although I might as well also fool with the bass and see what the VST is like on that. The VST will play on a mono sound. The audio unit needs to be specific to whichever sound it has. So I've been doing Dynamics 3 mono on all the mono sounds. Heavily compressed, wildly distorted, because release is so slow. There it is. Sort of the beefy tone I was getting out of it compared to a simple DI. So expansion on a DI bass also doing a pretty decent job. Now I wonder if I have completed my work on BESI-Q4. I feel like I probably have, but I'm not completely sure, and maybe this is going to be the rest of the day is putting together the VST version of this new plugin. Should be pretty straightforward though. Here's what we've got. Looks like I need to update this. Look at that. Begin BESI-Q4, thank you. But this should be, but how? This is how. We've got these additional things added in here where it says times mid Q or times high Q or times low Q. That's what's doing it. The rest, pretty straightforward. This is BESI-Q4, so let's update these things while we're at it. Seems legit. There wasn't that much changed, although this whole area got changed. This whole area is not what it was in BESI-Q3. Everything's been a little bit more adjusted So let's... Do we have a stereo version of this? No, this is the mono version. Okay. So maybe it'll be a little more cumbersome, but probably not all that much more cumbersome, really. But I think I probably got this part done at least. So following on from there should be relatively straightforward. Then I'll have had Beziq 4 and Dynamics 3 done. And I can start putting them into Console X 3. And then we can really start moving. So let's see. It may not actually be an older version. It might just think it's an older version. Little quick check to see what we've got. Same example files. How recently did I do that? Recently enough to have that on tap. Cool. There's highs. Happy enough with that. So for doing this bass boost, and indeed that does act like a bass boost, let's start sweeping it around. What do we get? We're supposed to sweep better this way. Seems legit. Big wide difference between these. Boost in just high mids. And then we'll sweep around high mids and see what that does once it's ready to go again. And then we'll do a bass sound. Not much to be done in the high sweep. Okay. I think that basically works. It's the same basic sound as Beziq 3, it's just a little more approachable. That's what I had in mind. I am content with only getting that much out of it, because it sort of did what I wanted, and that's the important part. And a bass part, although without all of the craziness we were doing with the filtering. Seems legit. So now what if we take low mid out? That's kind of interesting. Okay, kind of a funk bass, which is not necessarily what I would do, but if you were trying to make that kind of sound, that's not a complete failure at getting one. It's got that high frequency punch, and it's got some deep lows. Back to normal. Now how about your rock style mid-bass resonance? All that stuff can go away. We bailed out of low mids. Drop the bass frequency right down. Everything's a little interactive, but that kind of gets me there. I can give a little more articulation. We don't have to get so aggressive with everything. Okay, less of you. Okay, so when I'm going for a low mid based one, I'm thinking of that kind of thing that I'm personally not as likely to do. But the thing of like cutting a hole in the mids of the kick drum for the bass to sit in, the Ted Templeman thing. Did it for Doobie Brothers, did it for Van Halen. The idea there is you're really cutting the heck out of everything else, and that just only sits in the so I'm making all the sound out of this low mid section. The idea being that that sits in a hole in the kick drum, which is otherwise composed of nothing but click and thump. That's fairly acceptable, I think. I wouldn't necessarily want to go that hard with it, though. So if we go back to, again, if you set it flat, nothing's happened. So first thing I'd want to do is take out the high mids. Maybe more of the highs. And then lastly, let's see if we can pull some bass out and cause that resonant quality to show up more. Or just boost. So you can do that, and bypass gives you plain DI sound. So of course what I'm wondering now is what happens when I do this in conjunction with expanding it. But since there are 3 stages of this, what if I distribute the stages, one before, one in the middle, and one after compression and saturation? Can we make these sounds just ridiculously sit up and bark? I think it is possible that we can. And that would be my hope. So what's my next step? I tell you what my next step is. My next step is closing this completely because it will lose itself otherwise, and putting it in the AU folder, because next thing is to make the VST. So boop, next we need a BezEQ for VST. And only then does it make sense to do the console X3 stuff. The weirdest, most interesting part of all of this is that all of this also gets to go on the 2-bus. I am reverting to a situation where rather than have the 2-bus do special things and have a special compressor and so on, I think I'm going to be able to do it where the bus also gets all of these other things. Like you'd be able to do expansion on the bus if you wanted, if that was the sound that you needed. It would be, probably it wouldn't make any sense unless you did it with almost flat, like almost direct, very little in the way of the compression and expansion. But I think it'll make a really good 2-bus compressor. Honestly, I can test that out fairly easily. Like, Alien Kittens is always, we can find out. We can find out with all of this stuff. What did we get out of that? Dynamics 3. We'll do the BezEQ version, or the, what am I talking about? VST version, because we've just finished that. So if you were to apply a bunch of compression, you'd want it to not be a threshold nearly as low as that. And then you'd want to have a lower ratio like this. And that would be your 2-bus compression. You'd be stepping on it real hard, but what we do about that is just not have the threshold this low. And there you go. But then if you were to do expansion, here's dry. And if you had full expansion, you'd have small amounts of expansion in turn. Except for there's a lot of gain on tap for that. In fact, it's putting all the beat over on one side. So bringing it... Okay, that's interesting. Is that realistic? Have I miscalculated somewhere? Okay, so there is Alien Kittens on that side. It could be simply because Alien Kittens is not mixed level. But I'm seeing a consistent thing here. That's not remotely balanced equally. But is that part of the track, or is that part of the processor? If I close it, it's going to remember the same sides. So I can do this. There. Now we've swapped channels. Did that swap the behavior? If it swapped the behavior, it's part of the recording. If it didn't swap the behavior, that's part of the plugin, and I have to debug it before I go and do anything else. It's part of the plugin. I have to debug it before I go and do anything else. Okay, what just happened? Is this the case for the... It ain't going to be the case for Dynamics 3 Mono. Not that that's set the same way. See, both of those channels are kicking in just fine. What about AU Dynamics 3? I'm glad I discovered this, because otherwise it would be a sadness. Going to all the trouble of putting everything out and then not having it ready. That would be much of the sadness. Okay, it's something to do with only the VST, but not the regular version. That's weird and interesting. What's going on there? Or is it? No, it is. See, some of them are hotter than others, but it's happening in both sides, which is what it's supposed to be doing when it's like this. This is what I'm supposed to be seeing with something as evenly balanced as this. Then the next thing you know, I try to do the VST version, and this needs fixing because this is not right. VST Dynamics 3. One side's a lot hotter than the other. And it's not supposed to be much hotter than the other. We're going to quit out of there and jump right back into this. And we're going to fix it. Dynamics 3 VST, where are you and what have you done with my channel balance? Then we'll do Bezier Q4. So why is this different from the other one? Open Reason Project. Dynamics 3, but not Mono. What do we got that's different? That stuff's not any different. Shouldn't be changing anything from up here. This all looks about right. There's nothing to do with stereo up there. It's going to be a matter of how it's being applied. That's still the same. That's still the same. I bet it's down to compress. So what in here is not the same? Or maybe I could straight up just copy it over and it would be good. Compress looks about the same. What am I missing? Oh, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right in either of them. That's the part that's bothering me. Why do we have this twice? That shouldn't be there twice in either of them, surely. Oh, I don't know why it would be working properly with the one, not the other, when I know those two lines shouldn't be there. Am I sure that, yeah? See, same thing up here looks more normal to me. And there it is down there, and there's only supposed to be one of it. If compress, there's our first thing, then here's this whole stuff, and then we end by adding dry. Here's that stuff, that's correct. We end by adding dry. Here we do this, there's the best comp. This is the dividing line between these two things, but looky there, this is not supposed to be here. No wonder it's not happy and not doing the right thing. It's adding dry twice, but why is it acting like it's fine when it shouldn't be? Still, that's obviously the problem. Since that's obviously the problem, I can just go and build this again and assume that this is what I want it to be. We're trying to burn through some of this stuff. I'm pretty much satisfied that that looked wrong enough. Let's build that and remember to put it in. And then if I am correct, I've got two instances of this that need fixing. Compress is fine. Expand has two instances of this. So we need one instance of that. Only change. Compress only has one instance, and this is going to be the same deal. There's two instances of this. We should not have two instances. I don't know where that came in the first time, or why it's not doing a problem for the... Anyway. And that's the 64-bit, so that was the final instance that had to be corrected. I do know why it was confusing me and making me not able to read it. Option drag. Be fixed, please. Drag to here. And then we go over to here where most recent thing I've done is the revision of that. Won't matter for the mono. I should check in the mono, see if it's there. Option drag. Put it in there. Like I said, let's check in the mono, see if it's broken there too. We did add this business here. Nope. One instance of the dry after that. So here here we have two instances of this comment. And I was thinking, looking at it, like, why don't I have that between these two? It looks different, and it had turned out to be different. So let's go and fix that for most of these other ones. But we don't need to rebuild that one because that's fine. Dynamics 3 Mac AU. Let's go fix this. By adding another comment, at which point these kind of look like they're about the same. In fact, I'm going to need to do it here as well. And then I'm going to need to do it even more for the VST version, which has extra levels of 32 and 64-bit bus. But it's going to be basically the same. So let's see. So add one there. There's one there. Add one there. There's one here. And match for the 64-bit version, so they're the same. I just did that wrong. There we go. And it goes after the literal TAPAC version, which it matches what TAPAC has. And then since I'm only adding comments, I don't need to build it again. But this will go into GitHub, assuming GitHub is up. That's the catch now, is I can do my work all day long and I'm not having any problems, but GitHub is down more and more than it's ever been before, thanks to AI. So yay, I guess, for that nonsense. And now that we've done that, let's check and see whether the thing I was talking about in the first place is better now. VST Dynamics 3. And now it matches just fine. What's up with AI and GitHub? The obvious. Okay, maximum expansion, there we go. Maximum compression, and we do not have nearly as much thump because attack is taking it all away. But when we have flat, and then tiny amounts of expansion, here's our non-expanded version, and here is our slightly expanded version. We did indeed make it way the heck more dynamic than it was. It feels like relatively compressed, even though this is bypass. But if we unbypass it, we have the expanded version, and everything has become punchier and peakier and more dynamic. That worked really well. And of course we can also hyper boost it if we want, but we're not going to do that. And then one final check to make sure that, I think that was the VST that I did, so I check the version. Try. We'll let it kick in. Sure enough. We take the background almost arbitrarily far away, and we have nothing but punchy attacks left in there. Yay, got there. And it's only 3, so I have like 45 minutes before thawing out taco cheese. I have like 2 different kinds of taco shells this week, and I'll tell you why. I found this really cheap version of corn soft taco shells, and I've been getting them several times in a row. I am fortunate in that I found a kind where it doesn't make me bite the inside of my cheek when I try to eat them, probably because I'm just using less for pretty much everything. I'm scaling back my food as hard as I can. And then they didn't have any more last weekend, and so I had to get some flour taco shells instead, which I'm not thrilled about, but they're decent. And we'll see how that goes. Instead of just getting the regular kind, I got what they call street taco shells. So they're flour taco shells, but they're also even tinier than before. And they should be about the exact right size to roll up a hot dog in. So I can put some mustard on there and cook a hot dog and roll up the hot dog in the flour taco shell, and that's a nice little snack. My problem is when I complain of biting the inside of my cheek with soft taco shells, it's not because they are in the oven or not. It's because before I cut back on the amount of food that I have, which serves 2 purposes. One, I'm trying to buy cheaper food now because things are getting increasingly tight. But I also have a doctor that I get to see a couple of times a year for a checkup, who is constantly wanting me to eat less carbs and lose weight, even though I was already, like 180 pounds, not too unreasonable for a 6-foot tall man. Now I'm 170. So the doctor should be reasonably happy with me on that front. And I'm happy with that as well. But when I was having a problem of biting the inside of my mouth eating a soft taco shell, it's because I had a bunch of stuff in there. And I've cut back on my portions. And that seems to have fixed it. I will let you know if it doesn't, because then I'll go, oh God, yeah, I ended up biting myself and it sucked. And I'm still not getting the hard crunchy tacos, because one of the things about those American Old El Paso tacos is they're quite a bit more expensive than the other kind. They really kind of are. And the ones on the outside edge always break too. It's like, it's not great. Honestly, if you can avoid biting the inside of your mouth, the soft taco shells just rule. They rule out loud. They're excellent. So next step in today's work is we're going to do BESIQ4 as a VST. And we're going to start like before with BESIQ3, copy it over directly, and then go from there. It does make me wonder what my chances would be of simply copying over the BESIQ3 everything and then trying to find and replace from there. Because what I normally do is this. I start with a template that says gain, but I know that I'm going to try to start from BESIQ3 and change very little about it. So maybe, yeah, another thing that does that, certainly chips, but also like Captain Crunch. There's breakfast cereals you can eat that attack your mouth. Let's do a cheeky little experiment and see whether I can do the copy from previous version like this. So we'll copy that to the desktop. It doesn't seem to have the build folder, so there's that. We'll go and change all of these things before we even get to having a build folder. So we're going to go from there. And we're going to change all of this stuff too. But then we have to do a find and replace and see whether that is enough. If not, it'll waste me some time. But I know that I'm starting with like everything else is exactly the same as before. And I just want to change the parts that changed, which are not very grand. There's not that much in there that changed. Which should make it convenient for, like, I'm not sure the actual, no, I added the stuff with multiplying it by mid Q, treble Q, base Q, like that. That is a change, so that will be a change. My sympathies. If I run into anything that requires a procedure to fix, I'm up a creek. But I'm an American, so go figure. That is just what we get. Back in the day, I had to be very familiar with the whole poverty-stricken American thing. Back in the day when my parents were still alive and sitting on all of their money and having me be like the black sheep of the family. I was doing my Airwindows videos even at that time. There was a whole time when I had built a weird studio out of all manner of invented stuff. And you could kind of tell I had gotten like my larger modular case even at the time, but I was basically trying to build everything from perf board in order to make that happen. And, and I was blowing money driving down to Pennsylvania to visit them and everything because they more or less expected that. I was paying off debts to them to the extent that I could. My mom ended up getting rather embarrassed about that because she knew the situation. She knew that I was like on food stamps and stuff, and I was still trying to pay like $100 back a month to her when she was sitting there as, at the end portion of her life going, yep, me and Jerry are going to go, at which point all of the kids are going to have like hundreds of thousands of dollars because we cashed in our previous house and sold it into 2 lots and ended up retiring to Pennsylvania, buying a house there. And that was basically the point when the parents got really embarrassed about not helping me ever. Before then, they were not at all embarrassed about not helping me ever. And so that's how I learned what poverty in America was like. But then, I kept visiting them. Well, my mom went first. She had cancer and she was working on that. She was able to talk to me about some of that stuff where there weren't a lot of people that she could say, if it goes to a certain point, I want to just let go. I don't want to go through all of the help that people go through with like really bad terminal cancers and struggling along with it. She didn't want any of that stuff, but she could only really tell me because nobody else was really able to face that conversation. So I knew where she stood. And then randomly she went in for a procedure in the hospital one time. Nobody expected any problem, and poof, that was it. Like her higher power was going yoink. And so she did not have to go through all of the hell of everything really going badly, but she surprised the hell out of everybody that way. And then it was my dad in the house in Pennsylvania, and nobody thought he was going to be able to handle it. He's getting a little demented. He wasn't very good at self-care, but he was the ruler of his roost for a couple of years. And what took him out was he did screw up. He had made something went wrong, and he like set the thermostat to like 95 degrees or whatever, and then got dehydrated and passed out. And by the time anybody found him, he was not in great shape. He went to the hospital. I got to drive down and see him before he died. And I was there. I was able to be there for my sister, because nobody else in the family had the kind of job where they could just up and go, at a half hour's notice, gone, boom. And I did that, so I was able to be there for that situation. And then I had to be the one orchestrating because they couldn't find a will. I think my mom had put in the will that she would allow her body to be used for science because she was a head nurse and also cared about that kind of stuff. And my dad could not face that. So I think he destroyed the will. And the only one that was found was one that was written when I was the only child. So I had to walk the remaining family through a situation where we divvied up everything evenly and sold the house because I could not inherit a house. I was a Section 8 person. I was on like low-income housing. And you can inherit money under those circumstances, which is what happened. But you don't get to inherit property because then you own multiple houses and you can't have that. And I got the family through divvying everything up. One of my brothers that I don't talk to was dead set against inheriting anything because he was like, I should be giving money to the parents rather than vice versa. I was the one that was expected to go and earn lots of money, and he did so. He went and he did so. And I was able to talk him into getting an equal amount of what the parents firmly intended to happen. I got him through all of that, and I'm still willing to talk to my sister, but I ended up not talking to the rest of the family because it had always been really challenging. Sometimes family is just tough, and I was never able to really cope with that very well, so I got him through that. We got all of that completely sorted. And that's where the rest of my modular synthesizer stuff came from, was a inheritance. And by now, I've got the modular synthesizer stuff. I have a washer and dryer that won't wear out anytime soon. I have a hot water heater that is very efficient and is a heat pump type and stuff. I have a heating oil tank in the basement that is a new one rather than one that was going to rust and then dump heating oil all over everything. I even got the house painted. And I did all of those things before going broke, and now I'm basically broke. But I have my Patreon, so there's that. But yeah, so anybody who's curious about how all of that stuff stands. Oh, and also during the time that I was living off, it lasted for like about 2 years, I think. One of the things that I did was I started dating somebody in British Columbia, Canada. That didn't end up amounting to anything, but while I was doing it, I helped her and her kid out to some extent as well, and I'm not a bit sorry about it. And yeah, I fixed up the house that I live in. There's the washer and dryer and the hot water heater, and I think the fridge also. That was really early on. And now I'm broke again, but in a very decent situation. As long as I get to stay in the house, which probably I can. But yeah, that is the story of Chris from Airwindows and how I ended up getting all the blinking lights behind me when I do live streams. And now I'm back in the same world as everybody else again. But in a way, I'm happy about that. It was having like money in the bank was definitely relaxing in the concept of like, oh, I'd like to do this thing. And then you go and do the thing. Up to and including I want to be a jet setter and go and visit somebody in Canada because she strikes my fancy and we're hitting it off. But I was never really that used to living that way. And as long as things are doing reasonably well, I'm happier being more like a normal person again. I get to work really hard on the stuff that I do and feel like it actually matters, rather than being like, oh, I guess I'll work on this stuff, or I could just sit around. You know, I like having a reason to do things. Anyway, speaking of doing things, we're going to see whether we can get BeskyQ4 to build by renaming everything in an instance of BeskyQ3. Here's how this normally works. This would be, yep, that's correct. That is the folder for the VST version of it. Normally I would do this. Except for we need the E. And what that would do is take everything in the template and replace all the instances of the name of the plugin with BeskyQ4, and then it will work. But in this case, we're taking just this one version of it, but there should be X number of instances of BeskyQ3 referred all through this plugin. I may or may not need to change stuff elsewhere in there, but we'll find out soon enough. Hit replace all. That's exactly the number that get replaced from the beginning, from the gain version from the template. So the next thing that happens is normally I open this up and see it's like this. I have to change stuff in these targets, like this. That would have started out saying gain. If I set it up like that, and then we also got to go and there's an instance in here, product name, that I also have to change. These would all say gain when I'm normally doing it. And then I change that. What it says, private headers folder path, that's going to update. Public headers folder path, that's going to update too. See, now they say BeskyQ4. And then I switch back here and choose files. That was CPP, yes? Yes. Same deal. The original ones would say gain. I'd have to do this every step of the way. Now here's the cute part. Maybe this will work right out of the box. It certainly thinks it did. I rather hope it did, because that would be such a nice little speed up. There won't be as much for me to do. So VST. $10. Oh, you want to? Let me tell you. I'll go and look it up for you. Let's go and look it up. Or let me switch back to there so I can be sure that I'm not revealing something wrong. Dun, dun, dun. I can at least do new window, and we'll find out. I'm not sure if it's anything in particular a year. If I go to my local version of, oh God, what is it doing? It says action required soon. Combine your creator and member profiles. Bah, don't bother me. Yes, I want to wait until, leave me alone. Patreon is suggesting changes. I don't like it. So now I'm going to go to create a post, and then I will delete it almost immediately. But first, I go to paid members. So it's not $12 a year, it's not $2, not $1. No. It is not the 7 plugins a year, it is the 6. 6 plugins a year gets you that. So yeah, and that's nice. 7 plugins a year would be the equivalent of 1166. There's 25 people doing the 6 plugins a year. If you would like to do that, at this point, I've got like 40 videos for you to watch. If you do it, definitely go through all the posts, because there's all manner of posts that you get to watch then. But yeah, 6, not 7, 6. Don't do the 7 unless you have to. Let's delete that. And that certainly would be my hope. Yeah, most recent one, Funky Town. CC Took Me All 11. Oh, maybe you're seeing them. Yeah, the way it sets up is it says for $10 and up patrons, and then after the jump, you get to link to the special YouTube video. There are unlisted videos on another channel, but they're not all that. They're like reasonably secret, I guess. And I just keep that going so that I can do something nice for people who could throw more money. Oh yeah, absolutely. Downgrade is always possible. That's constantly happening. If I go to like notifications, if I look at my notifications, I see like in the last day, 2 people downgraded their membership, 1 person canceled, 4 people became free members, and 2 people joined as paid members of some kind or other, and 1 person liked one of my posts, and that's during the last day. So there's a lot of churn. There's always a lot of churn. Never worry about that. I will always just do my best to get by with whatever I got, because the thing about it is Patreon, you end up with enough people that it kind of averages out. With something like Patreon, you're not making as much money as you would have if you were doing commercial work. But commercial work is like needs a little compression. Commercial work needs a little peak limiting, because commercial work, you wind up with like 1 month that you're like, oh my God, I'm rich. It's going incredibly well. Holy shit. And then there's multiple months where nothing is happening at all. So it's boom and bust, feast or famine all the time. Patreon doesn't have to work that way, which is what I like about it. But yeah, that is also why you shouldn't be concerned if you can't keep up or you want to downgrade or whatever. Enjoy what you can with what you got. If you need to back off, I'm the first person to tell you to do so. Again, Patreon, I will end up noticing if everybody has to downgrade, but I'll have a level of like forewarning. What happens is things level out and then kind of go on a downslope. If I was publishing how much money I made, which I'm basically covering the car payment and stuff now. I'm not really covering the car payment plus the tax increase, but I'm getting pretty close. And cutting back on food and stuff and never buying anything is pretty much making up the difference. So it's not panic time. I've been promising everybody that I would let you know if it was panic time, and it really kind of is not. Let's see. I just tested out BeziQ4 VST version. And then I think I just straight up opened the program and then forgot to do anything about it. So let's do it again. This should get me VST4. Actually, let me not use that one. Let me use like the drums. Oh, gotta go and get it. And technically, this is going to be exactly the same as BeziQ3 for now. Yeah, see, my new bass is much better than this. That appears to work. Let's now see if we can update it. going to be looking for basic Q4 out of the AU, because I just dragged it over and put it in there. This is also why I have to go and look for it, is because even if it was in the menu, it would have been in the menu when it was on desktop, so it would not be able to find it. Boom, there we go. And now there's more reverbs coming, I'm happy to say. Although somebody brought up, it is possible that 44.1K users are not getting as intended. They're getting perfectly good reverbs, but the way the code goes, it's not actually doing top full speed when at 44.1K, because the increment for the undersampling reverts to 0 and then gets added 1 each time. But the check that I'm doing for the undersampling is checking to see if it is larger than 1. So we're undersampling the 44.1K, which makes it behave basically the same as the normal speed at higher sample rates, and that's not working as intended. So I'm sure it sounds delightful, but it's not quite what I had in mind, and I'm glad that they brought that to my attention, because it's going to be changing going forward. I'll figure it out. When I say changing going forward, what that means is I need to look up I'm going to need to change it in all of these. I got to make that change in literally all these reverbs waiting to be done. But better that I discover that now than if I had made all of them and put them out, because we don't get to change things that have gone out. If it behaves a certain way, it needs to continue to behave that way. So people enjoying K Cyber City at 44.1K, which they shouldn't, because you should be running it at 96K. But if that's what you were doing, you've got a larger city than intended. And then we're just going to have to live with that. I guess it's one way of getting the larger size, because I'm not actually doing the derez on these new ones. These new ones were just taking that one sound and running with it. In future, and that technically means I should be updating. Yes. K Rockstar needs an update to compensate for that. No question about that. Maybe I'll do a little bit of that today too. For now, we've got a little work to do here. This stuff should not have been changed at all. And indeed it is not. This stuff also should not have been changed at all, and I believe it is not. It builds. Everything says BASIC Q4 that's supposed to say BASIC Q4, so we're good. There's a bit of updating to do. We'll be doing the updating kind of directly into the console versions, because those use different control names, whereas this is using A through H or whatever. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Yeah, A through H. But here's where some stuff is going to be different. Boop, up to the top. That's no different. But all of this is going to be a little different, both places. 0.53 plus 2 times 0.33. So technically I could just copy this over. Yeah. Yeah. That'll get me there if I do it in both places. And looky there, these now all get changed too. No longer are we putting a curve on that. Instead, no longer are we putting a curve on this. Huh. I'm wondering whether I should just be copying this straight over. Maybe from this point down. Yeah, from this point down. But this, H. See how those are all the refs, but it goes 3, 5, 7, 9 rather than 5, 5, 5, 5. Here's how this rolls. So that's going to make, and I should be able to copy this whole thing over to the 64-bit version once I'm done. Oh yeah, you didn't realize that? You're going to have some fun with those. Not only am I doing just as much of a talk about the video as I do for Forbidden, but all of these ones for the bonus upgrade people, the ones that are really helping me out big time. No, I'm doing the meter thing, but none of it is going to have content hide. So everything that I do from when I started up until now, and then also anything that I do going forward, you get to hear the full thing off of my record collection with my lovely turntable and counterpoint tube vinyl preamplifier, and captured into my full recording rig and everything. No, you get to enjoy the full deal. If you can rip that stuff off of YouTube, then you get to have my little record collection. If you ask, yeah, nobody asks about that stuff. It kind of goes forgotten. So I've never really. Let's do that now too. What the heck? It's coming on towards 4 o'clock. All of this stuff is going fairly well. Let's bounce over to Chromium, open another window. And, oh, maybe it's send me a message or something. Aren't you on my Blue Sky? Send me link. Connect to me on the Blue Sky and tell me what the link must be. But I can scroll to the bottom of the page. It says Patreon Promo Club. You absolutely should be on there. Look, I got Altruist Music, Dave Robertson and the Kiss List, Decibelia Nix, Gamma 1734, Guitar Traveler, Ivo Sight, courtesy somebody else. Prodigy, but I don't even know if these are alive. Let me go and see. First of all, open up the Blue Sky so that I can see that. I don't see it in notifications, but I bet I'm following you. Might have followed you among the first. I feel certain we've interacted before, so you must be on here. I'm following 172 people, so I'm kind of digging through. Some of them are even following me back. VC Virac Guy is following me back. Valhalla DSP is following me back. There are those who are. Okay, so let me. Grins, B-Sky. Oh, well, how is it that. Okay, well, now I'm following you back. Geez. I guess I see you when you respond to me, so I never noticed. Well, that's sorted out now. grensbandcamp.com. Experimental electronic music duo from Enschede, Netherlands. I'm going to assume it's the Bandcamp you're talking about. Let's do that. Won't take a moment. Won't take a moment. Yes, yes, yes. And appearance, customize appearance is where that's going to go. And the widget page, sidebar, scroll down to the bottom there. And, Okay, I clearly have it alphabetical. So we're going to continue that, I guess. So you'll go after Gamma, but before Guitar Traveler? And literal grens, or would you like the vertical bars to the side of it, or? Oh, yeah. No, I never anticipated anything like that. I was not raised to anticipate anything like that. My entire family was like, you should die if you can't earn your own money. And they did. So what are you gonna do? I didn't ask them to, they just did. Would you like it looking exactly like it does on your Bandcamp? Because that seems like that might be fun. Copy. Let's scroll right down to the bottom, see it. Yeah, what you've got is music grens and the link, and in fact your artist name is vertical bar grens all caps vertical bar. So I'm going to do that. Up, sweet, okay. Got there. Go to airwindows.com right now. And if I click on it, here we are at your Bandcamp. As you wish. Got there. Alrighty, and pretty much nobody ever asked me for that because it's at the bottom of the page, so you needn't worry about, like, I don't take people away because they, like, drop below a certain threshold or whatever. You're on there for good. You ought to be. You're showing up on the, the combination of showing up for the live streams and taking an interest and also bumping up to that level, it's like, yeah. So what are we doing right now? We are making BeziQ4 work as a VST plugin. And we have started with BeziQ3. So, EFGH 3579. And at this point, since we're no longer referring to those things, what I can do is literally copy it over from the previous one. And it'll define a few new things. And boop. We've defined a few new things. We now have a high Q, mid Q, and low Q. We've determined that that is what that's supposed to be. It works as well as it can. And here's where I copy this entire control setup and duplicate it for this section. That saves me from having to figure out whether I needed to make any more changes. Now we scooch down over to here. And it's going to be maybe a little bit more complicated, but maybe not as much as I think. See, because this is just left and right versions. What's different is before it says high L minus H mid L, and I don't believe any of this is any different except for that one change. Yeah, looks like it. It looks exactly the same except for this one change. So if I put this one change in each place, we should be good. The cycles work the same either way. Then we have gets put in there. Then as we're doing the calculating, that's where high Q shows up. So we're going to paste this in twice. Once turning it to L, and once turning it to R. And that ought to be it. That ought to be it. Really, it looks like that's what, I don't see any changes elsewhere. And then we do the low mid version, same deal. Copy it in twice. Scroll a little farther down, but we're looking for that comment. L. And that's where this new correction goes. And then lastly, one final one for the base Q. And it's same deal. All that happens is we're adding this one extra parameter. Just before L mid minus equals base, L mid L minus equals base L. Base R. And the amount is the same for either channel. And yeah, it's VST of BESI-Q4. And the rest is the same except for there's left and right versions of everything. So I copy this over. This being the one that I've just edited. So did I scroll down to get here, or is this at the top again? Well, we'll copy first. And then see, nope, that was at the top again. So the one that I now must replace with everything between begin and end is this one. Boom. A little bit more code. And that build succeeded. Meaning now we have a BESI-Q4 BST version. Which means also that updating the console plugins will be that much easier. There's the VST version. Here's me copying it to the folder. Here's me copying it to the desktop. I'm trying to remember what else somebody mentioned. Something else was mentioned in chat that I was going to do some work on. Let me scroll back. I bet I can see what it is. Before we added grins to the website. Yay. Oh, the reverbs. Yeah, that's something worth remembering. That's so very worth remembering that I should really... let's assume that I got this bit right. Copy it to Mac VST. Let's move each of these down one, and I'll tell you why. Okay, Cyber City is out. Okay, Rockstar is not. Yet another plugin that needs to be updated in place. Watch this. Now it's going to act a little bit weird if you're at 48K. It might switch to a deeper one, but I want to do specifically the 44.1K in such a way that it acts as expected, because I know people work at 44.1. And I'm cool with 48 dropping to the larger space, but because people aren't likely to switch between 44.1 and 48. But them that are working at 44.1 probably want to be doing that on purpose and for a reason. So here's RK Rockstar. Here's overall scale. Here's derez. Here's derez fraction. Here's if best cycle is larger than 1. Here's what? Hello. Excuse me. Oh, it needs to build again. It has been cleaned in the process, and so therefore it doesn't actually get to work the first time. Second time around, we're golden. So here's our replacement, and this is what it's going to be like when it comes out. Cyber City would be the same way, except for now it's just a bonus feature. Discord Welcome Home is my handy dandy 44.1K one from 2019. First, VST version. Hear the reverb? But what you were supposed to be able to hear was more like this. It's really quite similar, but it's not nearly as enormous. And again, Cyber City is probably fine going that way. But yep, that is something that needed to be attended to. No question about that. I wonder whether I can... No, I don't think so. I don't think I can conveniently do a... make it work for 48K differently. Like if I make it so that it does the 1x at 48K, That's the high speed, the way it's supposed to go. But then if I make it go to 48K, I think that's doing the larger. But what we've got here that's the correct size. And then if we do the 96K as God and Reverb intended, we will see that it acts and behaves more or less the same, and that's really what I was looking for. It's actually a little shorter, interestingly. But that's what it's supposed to be doing. Whereas if we dial it right back to 44.1K again, very similar behavior, really. So there we are. That works. Good enough. So you know the remaining thing, I got a little search and replacing to do. Because with a little care and ingenuity, I can fix every single one of the remaining ones. And I got to go and thaw out my taco cheese. But before we do that, we're going to run and update literally everything at a stroke by multi-file search. This entire line of text, just to make damn sure I'm not doing anything I don't want. And that's what we start with. I'm pretty sure that exists in the VST version as well. Other folders. In the folder locations, this contains all of the upcoming reverbs. So all of the upcoming reverbs will now work as intended when running at literal 44.1K. Ooh, no, I prefer 96K, but tell you what, you should get it as intended. So if that is what you do, this is what you will get. Choose locations and replace all. We have replaced 36 instances. And that includes, if I'm not mistaken, oh, maybe I am mistaken. Don't we have the, oh, no, it says K gain proc. You see, one of those is the default VST. And it's replaced one for each of the bit depths. So, cool. And having copied that, guess what? One of the local kids in the neighborhood got a drum kit recently, and every now and then I hear the boom, 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 boom. They don't get incredibly good sound, but that's completely fine. They're doing their thing. Mac VST, don't mind me, I am just doing the this version of KRockstar while I'm thinking of it so I don't forget. Here's the one up top. Here's the line of text to be changed. Looks like I need to add that, but then it'll be fine. Scroll down until we get to the double precision version. And we're going to want to change that bit. Boop. Hit save. I'm supposed to see besamp L and R plus equals input sample L times dres. So let's make damn sure I have that in this first one too. Yep. Already. Build this while I'm at it. When I go through and update all of these things, I'm also going to be discarding the current version of KRockstar, at which point, when you do end up seeing it, it will have this upgrade. And that pleases me. And now everything coming up will also have this. So those of you at CD Quality, you're good. I got you covered. No more unintended consequences. Although you do get a special bonus boost, in a sense. You get the version, or technically all the previous ones as well work that way, but you get the version of Cyber City that is twice as huge as normal people use. So you got that going for you. Ooh, talking about title? Fair enough. Yeah, well, I needed to do this updating for Rockstar users running at CD Quality anyhow, so it's all to the good. It all kind of works. So tell you what, give me a moment. I'm going to open up just one of the tracks that I loaded up earlier, quickly put this on simply because I'm going to go and get Monterey Jack out of the freezer and get ready for my tacos, which are going to be in about 45 minutes, so is all good. Nuclear beat making, I will have a Stone Room reverb coming. If you want to be Phil Collins, I can get you way closer to that. Back in a moment. Cool beans. And let me see what chat's up to. Restoring MP3 lost highs. Yeah, fair. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily be convinced of the results because it might be a bit of a hack. These are things that have been attempted before. There's been upsampling since like the mid-90s, just about. playing CDs into like expensive Wadia high-end processors. And what they are doing is upsampling and doing freaky things with that. Restoring, that's going some, not necessarily. So what you can do if you are doing things like that is not too dissimilar to what I'm going to be doing with DRes4. In fact, I wonder, having done this, having done that, clearly it's time for me to do Console X3 bus channel and pre. We've got all the updating to do with that, and haven't done a damn thing with mastering yet, so that's just sitting there waiting to be done. But never did this. Currently, this is nothing but 2 filters. And apparently it's referring to who even knows. Oh, Treb, HM, LM, and bass. I don't know if that makes any sense to anything. E. So bass ref, H, HM is E. That seems to follow. Okay. So if currently we only have one HMD res is E, degrees, HMD's not HMD res, and bass ref and I don't believe we have anything else anywhere else here. So now I get to see what this does. Ooh. Have I even built it? Yeah, I have, yes. Why are these 2 separate things? Well, one thing is for damn sure, this can sit over here because we're not using it for this. Let's build you and see what you do. I thought I'd gotten farther with this, but we may yet get a functioning version. We're just throwing ourselves at a random other plugin to see what it does. And let's load up something familiar with a lot of high mids so we can hear how it filters. And is it in here at all? Yep, that looks to be it. So if these are both fully cranked, oh, I know what this is. there's a high pass and a low pass here. I think I'm doing a sort of double thing here. Here's our roll off from this for darkening it. And I was going to move that so that here's our full. And I bet it follows the same rules as the reverbs too. I bet it does. I bet you this follows the same rules as the reverbs. Look at this. If less than 1, but what if it only ever adds 1 at max? Well, then you might want it to be more like that. And there's the second stage. And then LMD res goes down to 0, so you can bypass it in case you didn't want to do a high pass, but it's got a high pass built in because that is something that can happen for old samplers. But we're running 2 different levels of it, and we're doing it on input sample L only. And I don't quite know why. Oh, I do know why. It's subtracting this because normally we start with that and then add it. Now we have our low pass. Then we're generating the high pass, although it is not being trimmed in any way. And then we're subtracting this stuff times 0.5. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see whether it makes that any better. Back to here. Same effect. See, you got me onto this for a reason. Right? That sounds basically normal. Then we get darker. We get a funny artifact. We got about 4 of them. And then if we were doing this at high sample rate, we get to bring in one at a higher frequency. And we go down to about the same position. So that seems legit. The one thing I would say is I think that the... Don't save that. I am compiling the plugins. It's just compiling very fast and I'm dragging them into the components folder. What I don't have to do is restart this older machine. This is running Snow Leopard. Snow Leopard did not have to restart in order to use components. So what I'm doing is I'm building it. It appears here. I drag it into there, and then I can immediately use it. Handy. So yeah, HMDRes is the one that's doing the high frequency stuff. So that appears here. And that's interesting. Well, in theory, I could straight up just do this. If it's 1 minus get parameter k param e, and I do a power function on that, it is going to skew things over towards the higher of the frequencies. And that's a very direct thing. I can just do this. That should work. We shall see. I am not entirely sure why that should work, but it seems like it should. Maybe I'm just overlooking something. There's some kind of cheat to it. But the way I got it set up, that should just work for skewing things in an appropriate way. I can even give names to some of these things. Oh, I am mistaken. I made it worse. I wanted to have it change around here, but instead it changes around here. So I got a little mixed up. Don't you mind me. Easily fixed, though. Hang on. Yeah. So this doesn't look like anything I've ever done before, but it should work. Unless it does not. Well, I feel like I just reversed something. It's been a long day. I've covered a lot of ground. I'm jumping into this completely new and different thing that I was doing like last week. So no worries if I can't get my head around this. I've done the important things today. Okay, you are supposed to kick in towards the top end of this control. Boom, got there. I don't know why that worked, but it did. Here's our first stage. There's another stage with a bit of an overtone to it. And then the final stage. And 0.5 just gets you into the top range, although it's going to want to be a little higher. Let's see how funny this gets. If we are doing golden ratio for that control, which is the low pass control, and then we convert the sampling rate to 96K and run with that, how different does it sound, if any? Sounds about the same. Cool. Good, good, good. Except we have 1, 2, possibly as many as 3, but not really any more than that. I think I can have that be the 0.618. I think that'll work just fine. Also, what's good for... Yeah, and then you can high pass it as well. Although I'm not sure I like the taper of that one, so I wonder what I can do about that. But let's see. Firstly, we can go back to here. We can give these their actual names. And let's see, so if this one swoops down further, it'll be a lower frequency. Therefore, using a much larger power function should do it. So we'll do a power function of 4. That will make all of our frequencies more in the base frequency. We could also scale the whole thing. Scale the whole thing. Let's see how that works. And the reason we're fooling with this is specifically because of the conversation that is going on in chat. I'm up to something with this one. And once I finish juggling these silly Bezier filters, we're going to see whether we can jump in and do the reconstruction filter with the separate DRes. Okay, so that's higher than we need. That's nice bassy. So the inverse might be just perfect. Isn't it 382? I think it's 382. It is. Yeah, so pretend sampler, except for it has a high pass built in because it's meant to be like an analog device. So it is emulating an additional bass weight that might come off of a hardware sampler. Might not show up for every sound, but it could be a thing. We shall see. That means these now have to be values. And lastly, we need the intended DRes. So here's what we do this time. It's a little different. We'll start by that, but not for long. But we can probably keep roughly the same frequencies. It is not going to be stepped. Oh, hang on. I have a different way of calculating it. Running kind of late on time, sadly. Well, for starters, we'll make it be stepped just for the hell of it. There. Now we have a separate thing, which sadly we're going to be I'll hopefully remember to edit this. Build. It builds. We're not using that yet, but we will. And then here is our actual DRes. Okay, all of this is weirding me out a little bit. Oh, I think I made a simple mistake. I made a simple mistake. How much money is it? Oh, not a lot, let me tell you. No, it's like asking how much money is there in playing guitar or making beats. It's very similar to that. Which is to say, you can get there if you're willing to work at it and make relationships with people. Now, here's the thing. I have made a mistake. Do you see the mistake? Because I do. All of these things should be here. This was the bypass. And it's all very well that it's the bypass, but doesn't need to be. So we copy this, and then here's where it needs to have that be there. See, these. That's where the Bezier function is happening. This is for the bypass that we get to remove completely. Which I think it, well, does that even, maybe it does, maybe it don't. I'm not entirely sure. I guess we'll find out. It thinks it can scale up to full crank. If it does scale up to full crank, this is what it does. So we got that going on, we got that going on. This other one is never going to go up to 1, but that's fine. Do a little quick build. Close that for the moment. 15 minutes left. It's anybody's guess as to whether I'm going to actually get the real DRes to work. We shall see. I'm going to see whether it still works now that I've made that one change. At our basic setting. Full bright. This is what we would want for the starting up. This is what you have with like a literal digital bass. But if we do the Bezier bass, it gives a little boost above that lowest point. Yeah, back in the day, I used to sell the plugins for $60 each. It dropped back to $50 before I went to the Patreon. I went to the Patreon when Kagi Shareware. Kagi is now a search engine, but Kagi used to be a shareware company. They went out of business owing me hundreds of dollars. And this was back when I was poor. And, well, during one of the periods that I have been poor. Yeah, back in the day, I was selling the plugins for $60 a pop, then $50. And these days I calculate out the numbers as if they were 20, but I never actually got down to selling them for $20 a pop. When I was selling them, it was through Kagi Shareware and their digital download service. And they were completely uncopy protected in any way, but you would pay for the link to Kagi. They would let you download a number of times, and then the link would go dead. And I did that for years. Some months I made more than I do now. Most months I did not. It all kind of depends. So, here's where we put derez, but it is sderez and strim we're looking for. So it's going to act like HM. There's a difference though. We're not doing a bez this time. But we do need to keep a variable going, so I got to go in and put that variable there. Don't mind me, I'm thinking of what, oh, I guess we'll call it average. Average. This will help somewhat in my attempts to make this thing be a thing. So this is going to work a little bit like my previous non-Bezier control smoothing, meaning that maybe what I'm looking for is A and B. In fact, I think that may very well be what it should be. So let me go right back and fix that. Meaning it's not necessarily an average. So let's change that as well. course, we're not actually averaging these things. We're doing something raunchier than that. But we're starting out by making them be 0. So here's where we're going to get into our strim. And we'll see how to scale all of this in my last 5 minutes of stream before... Ooh, Sudar updated sign machine? Nice. Nice. I'm saving a copy of 6 Signs, another synth that I've been interested in, for the reason that if you think Sudar updated sign machine, you should see what 6 Signs is doing. They're going nuts. They have like all different waveforms rather than just signs and all different kinds of stuff and like whatever that polyphonic aftertouch thing for instruments is. And they've got that going on, and they've got different tunings and temperaments. And what else? Oh my God, they've got so much. They've got graphics. They've got graphics that are showing pictures of the harmonics. They did first horizontal scrolling, and then it's like a vertical scrolling because it lines up better with the other graphics that they... Yeah. You might have to do the dailies. 6 Signs is blowing up so much that I might actually not want the new one. I might go for just sticking with 1.0, which is why I downloaded all of the variations of that as it came out as 1.0, because that's the one that I fell in love with, and I was like, oh my God, this is beautiful. I can do such cool things with it. Now it apparently is an everything synth, and it can do everything. And I feel that's going to become confusing. The reason he did that is because Bacon Paul got heavy into Claude. So Bacon Paul is running with all the AI, and what that is doing is it is making him... Don't mind me, I'm also thinking about this. Because he's able to parse that kind of stuff and know when the AI is telling him sensible things or not sensible things, if it tells nonsense, he just ignores it, or he tells it to fix its brain, and he like rides it and guides it and does all of the things so it does what he wants. The only trouble with that is now he is able to do what he wants at the speed of light. And so it's following all of the whims of him or anybody else. And so I'm saving a 1.0 version of it because I understood how to use that. But yeah, you should definitely look into it. This is not the case of just, hey Claude, write me a plugin. No. This is the guy who started the thing from scratch, and he knows what he's doing. And he knows exactly what he's trying to incorporate every single time. There is still a catch, is all what I'm saying. Meanwhile, what's the catch to this? There's my ifs. This presumably needs another one of those. Yep, sure enough. Do I need a cycle for this? I think I do. I think I need a cycle for it. So yeah, so definitely check in on 6 Signs. If you like the idea of it having all manner of crazy features, look into the dailies. Dailies are where he's got all of his wildest crap going on. And yeah, I may never look into that stuff. I might. A bunch of it is bound to be awfully cool. I liked the fact that it was a 6 sine FM synth specifically. What did I just call this? Point cycle. See, I can only think this fast. I'm getting there. Honestly, I put something out every week, and stuff like the new Bezier stuff is going about as fast as it possibly could anyhow. Certain things I'm not going to keep up with. So let's see. Here we got derez. And it's getting turned into 1 divided by stepped. So if it's less than 1, that means it is engaged. And then point cycle is the thing that we're adding. Then, let me move it so I can see more of these, point A and point B. So it's point B that is going to oh no, hang on. No, because we're not averaging these things. We're not averaging these things. Instead, we're checking to see if point cycle is larger than 0.999. And if that is true, then rather than doing a whole Bezier curve, because we're not doing a Bezier curve for this one, we are doing point A equals point B. Point B equals input sample L. And then point cycle equals 0 again. See what's happening? We are updating those two things only when they are needed. We've got an S trim. And X equals, I guess it's going to be point cycle, isn't it? E. Then we're not doing a Bezier curve. Instead, we are doing point A plus the difference between A and B times point cycle. That, or X rather, X. So, if it's only point A, then it's going to be drawing straight lines between each of these things. But instead, I wanted to draw angles. And we can see this when we run it, assuming this works. Point B minus point A. So you start at one point, you move to the next point. But we multiply this entire calculation by X, which is a capital. Alrighty. Let's see if it works. If it works, it'll draw angles. Quite neatly, too. Let's find out. Build. Well, the build didn't fail. and that is a VD-res of which I speak. So now we get to see what that sounds like as a thing. Or if I need to debug it, oh, and it's 5, it's time for tacos, but it's time to see whether this worked. I'm honestly very interested to find out. We can get back to this on Thursday. There's our D-res. Let's do no other filtering. Okay, nothing happened. I should be able to make that melt into a pile of nonsense. Something's gone wrong. So SD-res less than 1 point cycle plus equals. So maybe there's your problem, that it's not small enough. At which point, instead, we maybe need to have it not be so high-pitched, huh? It might have been doing something a little bit. The rest of that stuff looks about the same. As trim seems like that'll work. I guess 1.1 is still fine. Oh, it's set to E. It needs to be set to A, first of all. Second of all, it doesn't need to be the high frequency one. I'm thinking I should be able to bit crush it way harder than that. So, pow param H. And let's not even run overall scale. Instead, we could do sometimes I raise the control to the power of overall scale because that'll put the same things in the basic center of it. Now we'll get something happening. What specifically is a fair question, but we'll get something happening. And if it does, we can apply the other stuff to it. And we might be done. Remains to be seen. Yeah, there's apparently like a 12 signs now. It got shiny is a good word for it, yeah. There's a lot going on. It might continue to change so fast that nobody can keep up. Let's see what we got. I do not see a change. Nothing happening. That still works. That still works. This is not doing anything. Why? Well, SD-res power prime A, so that becomes small. Maybe that's not what it's supposed to be. If it is larger than 1, okay. Well, it's going to 1. I'd really like to get this sorted. Maybe if I literally copy this and put it in here and change all of its bits to, like, we'll call that sref. We'll call that param A. We'll get our sdres out of that, because I know that is able to roll frequencies down. I know that's able to do its thing. And then sref, here's stepped again. We'll be defining that. sdres, we're going to keep all of the code the same, except for that we need to have it using the new values, which should be producing about the same things, but working in a different way. And in theory, that's going to make a cutoff that goes right down into the deep bass. Which, if that works, then we can do other things with it. Let's see whether it builds. It does. Let's see whether I get what I think. I should be able to move that control, have it sweep down to next to nothing, and really be getting a strong result out of it. I'm basically just trying to get it so that I can hear what it is doing, because ain't nothing happening yet. So dres, are we able to sweep dres down? Big time. Got there. Hear that? We can soften it. We can high pass it. But if you go and look at it, you see that it is drawing straight lines between everything. This is a pile of straight line segments with sharp corners on them, and that's the idea for the new dres. It'll do some weird aliasing, but then you also get to soften these sharp corners as you see fit. And we're so close to having it be as intended that probably all I have to do now is we can reduce that to 2. We can reduce that to 0.5, and that's probably going to be fine. Actually, you know what? I have a better idea. We'll do that by overall scale. And then not apply it here. And let's quickly check that to see if that works. With a bit of luck it does. I don't think I changed anything radical enough to have screwed it up just with that. dres 4. We can drop it to 0, although that's not actually desirable. It's just holding on to voltage. But I do know what to do about that. I know exactly what to do about that. If sdres is larger than 1, one final check. Because it has to be larger than 0 or it's no use doing anything with it. We can sweep it down to silence. We can sweep it down to 0. If we've set it down to silence, it should be silent. And that's actually happening inside the other filtering, so that will function. And now we can do this. Because I believe we just got there. It finished. And that's exciting. Got a bunch of work to do on Thursday. Busy work. Full brightness. Nasty edge. Res. So we can do a kind of gnarly cursed digital, but from a classic digital sampler. Probably put a little bit of a taper on there. Get good and gnarly with it that way. Big volume cut from that, though. I'm a little puzzled as to the big volume cut from that, but that does appear to be in the zone. Let's see what it's like on Alien Kittens 96K. Just Bezier filtering. And we bring in the funny angle filtering. So I meant to have it be non-stepped calculation. It may be possible. That just happened. That's a gnarly cursed digital overtone right there. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so we'll get back to this on Thursday. And there's a bunch of other updating I do. All tomorrow I have to be filling a dumpster and arranging for it to be removed. And probably working on the yard and stuff. But this is not bad for... I'm still faked out by the volume change in there, but we shall see. Alrighty. DRS 4 on the way. We'll see what I can do about that. For now, I'm going to go and have some tacos. I think I earned them today. Got a bunch of stuff done. And I'll see you folks on Thursday. Bye-bye.